you doing? Okay. You have to be here for this meeting? Huh? You have to be here for this meeting? Huh? What are you talking about? We don't have reports on here from... What are you supposed to do about it? Huh? What are you supposed to do about it? I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Who knows? Did you take the minutes of the planning commission too? Yes. Planning commission for February 7th. Unless they cancel it. Oh, they're having public hearings. Well, it's the state law. They gotta have it.
Yeah. The diesel side.
Tracy just snuck out there.
Sure would. Replacing the
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I think a little bit has to do with people coming out of Chicago, coming over the lake and taking up that whole there. I think there's a lot of people that are doing that. So I talked to some people that live over there. You know, we got lots of people in Chicago already on that side, so I think that's what's happening over there.
So you wouldn't forget, right?
Maybe it's too cold for some back to be here. Maybe it's too cold to stay back. You think? Maybe you got someplace warm. He used to go to Mexico every winter, didn't he?
Yes, I know, so I was trying to get this today.
Here's Mr. Duggan.
Awesome.
Good, thank you.
They have a permanent section, they have a regular section, and you have that too.
Yeah. We're gonna do it right here. Yeah, all of yours. Yeah.
Do you want your own picture?
Right, you're gonna have to get up soon.
No, I'm not moving.
Okay, so
I'm cold.
She's gonna be cuddled up in a coat.
Yeah, well, Angela says she wants it on the right side. Yeah.
I'm not that serious right now.
I'm not as tall as...
She's got to hold that flag.
Kind of like that.
I know. Here.
If you want to do it, pass them on.
You already have it.
I know, but I asked him about it, I talked to him about it today. No,
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? And tonight, Jackie would like to lead us in an invocation, please.
God, thank you for your willingness to speak to our hearts, our lives, and our days. Amen.
Thank you.
amen.
Shelley, can you do the roll call, please?
Chick. Braun. Dockett.
Here,
Engstrom.
Here.
Manning here. Otto. Here. Thomas.
The next is the consent agenda, the minutes and bills.
I'd like to have them pulled.
Okay. We can move the minutes and bills down to the balance of the agenda.
12, 13.
Yeah, why don't we do that? That would be great.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a motion from docket. I'll second.
We don't have a consent because he pulled.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but we need to, I mean, does anyone else have anything else they'd like to move?
Are we down to the adopt the balance of the agendas? Okay.
Or don't we have to do the consent agenda to agree to put it down at the bottom?
No.
Okay.
He just pulled them, so we're adding them in.
Okay.
So now we can adopt the balance of the agenda.
So now we would like to adopt the balance of the agenda. Does anyone have anything they would like to add, alter?
Well, as we
Yep.
spoke about, I was thinking of moving 6 and 8 up higher because the attorneys will still be here, so we don't keep them here till the end of the meeting. We could make them A and B.
Right. We had said we'd make A would be number 6, and B would be number 8.
No. 8 is compensation for clerk. Do we need the attorney here for that?
Well, it's his agreement that's in the packet.
Oh,
That might be a,
okay.
I mean, if there's no questions,
So
no,
6 is
but-
A and
8 is B.
8 is B, okay. Thank you.
Does anyone have anything else?
I'll make a motion to adopt the balance of agenda as amended.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose?
Lisa Thomas supported.
Okay. Under the call to the public, is there anyone that would like to come up and speak? Hi.
There's a slide switch right on the top of it. I turned it off because it was getting feedback.
Yeah, we're on now. Okay. Do you need my name and address? Is that necessary, or?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Joanne Kuta. Last name is spelled K-U-T-A, and I live at 5895 Sutton. We have a major problem going on in that area, and it's been going on. And Mr. Dockett, because he is now apparently the senior member of this group, knows about it. We have an active gun range at 5911 Sutton. And this is totally out of control, it's unbearable, and it needs to be shut down. we as a group were here back in August. So it's already been brought up. And again, I'm going to refer to Mr. Dockett, because you do know James Edwards, you know his son, Derek Edwards.
I know almost everybody.
All right, so you are familiar with the people that I'm talking about.
But I got big shoulders, but Shelley was on the board too.
All right, well, I'm not familiar with all of you, and I don't know who's new and who isn't. But I do know you are aware of what's going on over there. You're problem solvers. This needs to be looked at, and you need to decide as a group if you are going to support us to shut down this gun range. This cannot continue. And his son is the most egregious offender of what's going on over there. Derek Edwards is an attorney. He lives in Brighton. He lives in a condo. And he's allowed to come to his father's property and shoot whenever he chooses to. Now, I was just thinking today, how many brick and mortar gun ranges is he in Brighton and our community? And why doesn't he have to patronize businesses to shoot? Why is he allowed to come to his father's property anytime he chooses, shoot as long as he wants to, and we have to accept that as normal community living? It is out of control. It is not going to stop until you as a board decide how you're going to address this. I can't tell you how unbearable it is. And we're going into the second year now that this is going to continue. So I want to know if it's going to show up on an agenda here, if you have to take a vote, if we have to, if you're going to support us, if this is going to go to the courts, but it has got to stop. He does not have to shoot there on that kind of a regular basis. He can go to a brick and mortar gun range and shoot. He doesn't have to do it there. And he's doing it because he's allowed to do it. And again, I refer to you, Mr. Dockett, because if there's a state law that this gun range has been there for 20 years, and it took 3 years to build our home. During that period of time, going back to '07, we never heard any firing. So this has only become a problem since last year. And he's really ramped it up.
Well, I appreciate your comments. We are talking about it tonight in our closed session with the attorney tonight. So the current new board is working on it. And
Okay, so again, I just want to know if it's just going to show up on an agenda, if you're going to vote on it, so we can see where you stand and where we have to move on this, because it cannot continue. I can't emphasize how bad this is.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sally Lewis, and I live at 6015 Sutton Road, and I also am a neighbor of that party. I have owned my home for over 40 years, and for the majority of that 40 years, I enjoyed the peace and serenity and relative calm of country living. But that all changed about, I think it was more like 3 years ago, when the home-built firing range on this neighbor, whose house, by the way, I cannot see from any place on my property. It's quite a distance away. But he started shooting. And at first it was just a little bit, and then it gradually increased to 3 to 5 hours a day, every weekend, frequently during the week, and it was non-stop. but it was more than just shooting like a 22. I shoot a 22. I mean, it's not sort of bing bang. It was these explosions. And they were so loud that it sounds like a bomb or grenades or something. I have no idea what it is, but it was making a huge, huge noise. So to tell you a little bit about the mindset of this individual, I was concerned, and in July of 2011, I called the police and I asked, could you please check out and tell me what these explosions are? I mean, the pictures on the walls rattle. I could no longer sit on my screen porch. The sand cranes that used to nest in the field next to my house are long gone. And to show you the attitude of this neighbor, a few days after calling the police, and the police did go and talk to him, he intimidated me with a letter that indicated all the penalties and the fines and jail for filing a false police report, and that I was harassing him. And he also included the Sports Shooting Ranges Act of 1989. What was very interesting, after I had gotten this, I looked it up online, and Mr. Edwards eliminated from what he gave me, and I think what he also gave the old board, two very important parts of this Sports Shooting Range Act. One describes what the range is, and it is my belief that he does not comply with the terms of that. But more importantly, he eliminated this part about local regulations, which says, this act does not prohibit a local unit of government from regulating the location, use, operation, safety, and construction of a sport shooting range. So, nothing seemed to be done, and it almost seemed like it increased of the frequency, but usually, and I'm very serious, 3 to 5 hours nonstop. So we came to the board, I think it was in August of last year, and his reaction to that was, again, he gave the letters to the board, or to the supervisor, and to us about, we're harassing him, and we could be put in prison or fined. But he also expanded his shooting range, and then put in the October Current a quarter-page ad inviting the public, anybody who wanted to come at any time to his shooting range to shoot, which, in my opinion, is a blatant safety impingement. I mean, I can't imagine anybody doing that, inviting anybody who wanted to come and shoot. So, he seems to have not only, and I know we have a noise ordinance here. In the wisdom of this township, we do have a noise ordinance, but he seems to have certainly intimidated the past board. I hope he doesn't, this new board. You all look like you're very brave people who will not be intimidated. And I'm just asking that you seriously look at the ordinances that we have and maybe give some teeth to them and some consequences for people who do not follow those ordinances, so that we can get back to having some peace and quiet. I'm not saying shut them down. I'm saying let's be reasonable. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Gregory Kolecki, Kolecki. I live at 59 59 Sutton. My property butts up to 5911 Sutton, the shooting range site. And I guess my previous neighbors pretty much stated what I would say also, but I guess one thing I just want the board to do is really enforce the Noise Ordinance Act. You have every right to enforce that because this site is not set up under the general accepted operation practices of the Department of Natural Resources or the National Rifle Association, and you can look those up because there's a list of things that he has to comply with to even operate a range like this. And one of my biggest concerns is that he has nothing implementing regarding lead management procedures. He's got 3 piles of sand with boards in front that they constantly shoot in, and I know there's never been one shell removed. And those piles are next to a wetland, and we're all on well water. So I have a very big concern that that could actually filter down, maybe not next year, but down the road. So I'm just asking the board to implement the noise ordinance, which they can. And I guess my question is, why do we have ordinances if we don't really implement them? Let's don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Congratulations on your elections. My name is Mike Subchinsky. I live at 5895 Sutton. I'm adjacent to the property we're all talking about right now. Spelling is S-O-B-C, zebra, Y-N-S-K-I. The duration of the shooting is rather irritating. It is 3, 4, 5 hours at a time. When Mr. Edwards was there before all this escalated, he would shoot just intermittently for short durations, and nobody seemed to mind too much. However, there's other people other than his son that come over, and they do shoot 3 to 4 hours at a time, and it's frequently on Saturdays and Sundays. One of the things I'd like you to consider is that when people go out hunting, they have to stay 150 yards away from any occupied building. It could be a garage, anything that's been built. So if you're hunting on state land and somebody builds a home nearby, they have to observe that 150-yard space. In this instance, the owner of that property used to own 100 acres over there. He had his 450-foot buffer. He basically forfeited that by selling off parcels of land. We were never informed that there was a shooting range there. The person that sold us the property, who had bought it from Mr. Edwards, never said anything about this. And yet he had the gall to have covenants on how we should build a house, what we're allowed to do. Yet he doesn't want us to tell him not to shoot guns. So it just seems almost ironic to me that that would be the case. If we had known this was the situation here, we never would have bought the property, we wouldn't have built the home, and we wouldn't be paying the rather large tax bill that we pay every year, as do these other folks. So I'd appreciate it if you would take some action on this. I would like to see it closed down, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mary Devlin, 9211 Brookside. I have a little lesser problem, thank goodness. At the last board meeting, I mentioned the fact that the township information, most of which is incorrect, on Charter Cable Channel 99 needs to be updated. Do you have any idea when that will happen? Anybody on the board or Bill? Are you addressing that, or?
I actually looked at it.
I can't hear you.
I actually looked at it the next day. Part of what I needed was the picture of the board, to put the picture of the board, and then to find somebody that is pretty good at PowerPoint to be able to address it. I'm hoping to get to it within the,
Okay, great. Thank you.
not too long.
I also noticed that the terms of the entire Blue Skies Commission members expired December 2012. Is that no longer a commission, Janet?
It is no longer a commission.
Okay, all right. Another question for you is this, my last one.
Mary, what was that expired?
Pardon?
What was that expired? I didn't hear.
I said that I also noticed that the terms of the entire Blue Skies Commission members expired 2012.
Thank you.
Is that no longer a commission? And Janet said there is not, it's no longer a commission. Okay, my other question is, I understand that the supervisor, clerk, and treasurer are part-time, approximately 20 hours a week. Is there any reason why there are no scheduled office hours so that residents know when you wonderful people are available?
Well, I can tell you this, that all of us, or at least Kathy and myself, have our regular full-time jobs, and this is only a part-time position. And Kathy is in the office every morning. I don't know what time you get there, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. So the pay that is given to us for this job is not nearly enough to survive on, and we don't have set hours of 20 hours a week or anything like that. I work off-site myself. I check my email all the time outside of the office. If anyone needs me, I'm available by phone. And the reason we are hiring the township manager is so that someone is here at all times, because at the current pay rate, there's no way that we can be here 20 hours a week.
Okay. The only reason I am mentioning this is that I understand that they can call you or email you or whatever, but it's not quite like talking face-to-face with someone when you want to discuss something. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thanks everyone for coming out tonight. I don't know. I don't think there's any more, are you? Nope. Okay, on to the next item. I need to make a motion to go into closed session to discuss the confidential privileged communication from the attorney.
Support.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those who oppose?
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote, please.
Chick.
Yes.
Braun. Docket.
Yes.
Engstrom.
Yes.
Manning. Yes. Otto.
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Just for the record, it's two written communications, one from Mr. Lucas, one from myself.
Okay.
So we may be a while.
I understand Mr. Lucas is downstairs waiting for you, so when you're done with that issue, then
Excuse me?
Mr. Lucas is downstairs,
Okay.
and when you're done with Mr. Lucas, if he'd come up and get me, then I'll come down. We'll do the next issue all at once.
So we may be in closed session for a while, folks.
I'm sure that they'll oblige to do something, but not.
Playing between these two hot women there. You warmed me up a little
Hey,
bit.
that's politically incorrect.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we're glad we're next to, got this hot man. That's
I don't know that you can make a reservation 2 weeks from now and go.
Yeah, maybe do when I got 'em.
I can look at that. When were you thinking of Might only have about, I just have it might not be possible because it's already 22nd. Okay, all right. Alrighty. How late do you think you're gonna be up tonight? But there's still 2 days. Oh, all right. Well, then I'll give you a call later. All right, I'll do it.
I'll make a motion to return to open session.
Support. Give me a roll call back in.
Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Chick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was telling Lisa because
Oh, okay.
she doesn't know who says.
Motion passes. Okay. On to our reports and updates. Jackie, do you have anything from the ZBA?
No, I don't.
No, you wanted to make a motion about closed session.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was pulling that out. I can make a motion. I'm not going to say it as wonderfully as it was said. In regards to the closed session, I want to make the motion to release the confidential memo dated 11/26/2012 by Fred Lucas to attorney Jerry Lack.
Support?
May I suggest a friendly amendment? Just let's put the words "and waive the attorney-client privilege" as to that memo.
Okay.
Who was the support?
I was. Inkstrom?
You still support. You always support that.
Correct. Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Janet, did you have anything for the Planning Commission report?
I do. Planning Commission met Wednesday, January 16th. We worked on the capital improvement plan, and it's near completion. Public hearing is scheduled for February 6th, the Planning Commission meeting to present and take comment on the capital improvement plan, revisions to Article 12.0 Agriculture District, and a change to the notification ordinance. Planning Commission officers were elected. Marlene Chockley is chair. Janet Chick is vice chair. John May-Laban is secretary. Larry Roman was also named as Planning Commission ZBA representative.
Great, thank you. Okay, on to the agenda.
Wait, I have one thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just like to hand out, I didn't have time to get this in everyone's packets, and there are really no comments for me today, but it's the December cash activity report and the investment report for the last 6 months for the board members to look over. It's a first step. We'll tweak it as we go on to see, what additional we need and what we need to discuss. And then if you would pass, you already have one.
Yeah, should we make them up?
No, they can just each take one.
One of each you have to have.
And that's it. Good job.
Did you want to discuss any of it, or just
No,
a
I have no
handout for everyone to
comments.
review?
It's just
for?
a first step.
Okay.
And input on what you'd like next time, what's,
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Okay, number 1, consider use of Robert's rules for meetings.
A, B.
Oh, I'm sorry. We did a little move around. So we are doing number A. Consider changing trustee payback to per meeting docket.
Okay, just to bring everybody up to speed, we used to get a per diem of $125 for trustees per meeting that we attended. Then we changed it to $2,500 per year as a salary, whether we get paid whether we're here or not. I would have liked to have changed it back to the $125 per diem, which would save $400. I believe it's $400 a year per person.
Usually depends on how many meetings we had scheduled.
But Shelley tells me that and Janet Check told me that you can't do that, but in my opinion, the board can do whatever they want. I would like to change it, but I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it. And
can I just fill in what I?
Yes.
I called MTA for Mr. Dockett last week, and they said as soon as we changed it to a salary as opposed to a per meeting cost, it falls under the rules of any official's salaries. In other words, it cannot be reduced unless it's an election year. When it's a per diem or a per meeting, they don't really care. The board has any control over it that they want, up or down. So I told Mr. Dockett that. He did tell me that he contacted the attorney's office, so I didn't know if you heard from them or if...
Paul's here. I don't know if he knows anything.
Paul had heard anything about it, but I don't know if he's going to have any different information.
Mr. Dockett talked to Brad in my office, and we didn't do a big research project on it, but it may very well run afoul of MCL 41.95, that if it's a salary of an elected official, should not be decreased during the official's term.
I can't hear you, Paul.
The statute says in Section 7 of 41.95 that the salary of an elected township official should not be decreased during the official's term of office, and I think that's really what Ms. Manning is referring to. State law. You may run right into state law is what I'm saying.
But all 4 of us are agreed that we would do it.
But all 4 of you can't agree to violate state law.
Okay. Thank you.
An option is that the additional monies can be donated back to the township.
No, I won't do that, but I'll take mine once a year, and I'll donate whatever meetings I don't come to, I will donate to who I please.
Okay. Could you put that in writing for me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Probably.
And if any of the other trustees have a preference as to how they would like to get paid, let me know, whether it be monthly or whatever. I would just break it up into monthly. Yes, Janet?
I do have another option. Because it is a cost savings to the township. For instance, this year we have 16 meetings.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. There is another option It won't affect our term this year, but because it is a cost savings to the township, for instance, this year we do 16 scheduled meetings, it's about $500 that the township saves. We can move to change it for the next term?
No, no, not for 4 years, we can't. We can't
You
change
can
it for-
you can only change it in an election year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, well, we could have an election next year, but I mean, it can't be.
No, our election year.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
every 4 years.
There has to be a
Right.
4-year cycle. So, but thank you for trying to come up with something.
Anyone have anything else to add?
I do have one thing to say. I should have done it from the very beginning, but I would like to apologize to my board members for my behavior at the last meeting. I know that it was wrong, and I'd like to tell you that it will not happen again.
Thank you very much.
Thank
While
you.
we're on that subject, I'd like to say that thank you for everyone for just continuing on and making the meeting successful. On to our next item, which was originally 8, which is now B, which is the consider compensation for clerk. Wagner?
Yes, after the last meeting, most, if not all, the individual board members came up to me and asked me in different ways or made comments about seeing if there was a possible way where we could get around the law of increasing an elected official salary or decreasing an elected official salary. So I contacted Mr. Burns, and we came up with this contract for the board to consider which will kind of get us around that raising her salary and then not being able to decrease it. So as I understand, and Mr. Burns, if I'm wrong, let me know, if both the board and Mrs. Manning agree to this contract, then she could continue doing the non-statutory duties. I put in there for up to, not to exceed 20 hours. The $18.92 is basically her per hour is if you took her salary before it was decreased and divided it by 2,080 hours, that's the hourly rate. So hopefully everybody got a chance to look at that and consider it.
The one thing I wanted to just clarify for everybody, this
Is Paul
addresses...
going to say something?
No, I just wanted to say something that it addresses non-statutory duties and not statutory duties.
Right, the contract is drafted, so it is outside Section 4195, which is the section we just talked about on the earlier topic about not reducing a township official's salary. So this is for the attachment is non-statutory duties, it's temporary, and Ms. Manning has to consent to it as well as the township board.
I'm sorry, Jackie?
The one concern that I have about this that is that it doesn't address from November 20th forward. It addresses today forward. If it's signed today, then it's addressed today forward. It doesn't address the time that...
Is she asking for retro?
I did originally, yes.
Are you asking for retro here?
Yes, I did originally.
I didn't see that in here either.
It's not in there, which was what I was going to ask, that it be retroactive back to November 20th at noon.
I guess Shelley had it.
Shelley was next. Unless
That's what I was going to bring up, was that I'd like a clause in there saying it's retroactive to November 20th at noon.
Docket?
Who came up with the $18.92?
I did.
Shelley asked for that?
No, I did.
What's her deputy make?
I'm not sure.
14.
Well, I would rather see a part-time person take this job at $12 or $14 an hour than somebody taking it at 1892 and then going back for 6 weeks. In here it says on item number 1 on the front page, temporary assignment duty employment is expected to terminate when the township hires a new township manager, comma, or upon written notice of the employee, notice to the employee of the township. And then on 5, which is the next page over on the bottom, township clerk and consent to reduction or termination of such compensation at the direction of the township. So which one is it? Or which one's it going to be? Yes. Okay.
Kathy, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I think the one on the last page is all inclusive. It includes the idea that the extra duties will terminate.
Well, I for one will not support this to retroact. I mean, supposedly she's supposed to be keeping a log on how many hours she works, and maybe in 2 weeks she comes back and says, well, I couldn't get it done in 20 hours, so then we're gonna be back in the same shape we're in. I think there's 2-3 pages of items. I don't know what her deputy does. There's no elections or anything. I don't see why we need so much time on it, but I would rather see her either have a 30-day notice, or I'd like to see it in maybe for 30 days or a definite time stopped. I don't understand that. So is this going to be a 1099?
It says that it will will terminate when the township hires the new manager.
Yeah, that's what it says on 1. Is this a 1099?
No, it can't be.
Huh?
It can't be.
Well, then, do we have to pay any taxes, or we have to pay?
It would have to be to
Social
pay
Security.
Social
We would have to pay that on top of this salary. I mean, there's more to it than just this.
Social
Yeah,
Security.
They would have to take out her state and federal and pay her Social Security.
Well, just a minute. Shelley's the timekeeper on that.
It would be Social Security would be any.
Would come out of this salary,
Yes.
or the township pays it?
The township pays a portion and the employee pays a portion.
Okay, so this 1892 could be 20 or 22 bucks or whatever an hour. Is that right? I mean, we don't know. I don't know what that figure is. This is not the total figure. Is that right?
It's before
Per hour.
deductions, I guess.
Well, is either you pay the Social Security and the tax out of your wages, or else it's added on, and it's more than what this is. So I don't know. I can't understand it.
Township pays Social Security as well as the employee. So I guess what you're asking is yes. Is there an additional cost to the township?
Okay,
Yes.
all
Social Security.
Okay, I will not support this.
Does anyone else have any other comments? I have one quick question. Does this open us up for any unemployment claims, unemployment benefit claims?
Ms. Manning's already an employee of the township, so
But she has no benefits, though.
she's still an employee of the,
But she has no unemployment.
But is it any different with an elected official, slash employee, if you want to say? or-
Elected officials are not allowed to collect unemployment.
That's right.
But
Under this contract, she's not a independent contractor. She's an employee of the township.
Speak up.
Under this contract, she's an employee of the township.
So she would be open to Social Security. I mean, unemployment.
Potentially, I'm not really totally sure, to be honest with you.
Huh?
I'm not totally sure, to be honest with you.
it's not enough of a length of time to be unemployed. Don't you have to work a minimum amount
Yes.
of time in a job to even?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it has to be anywhere, it has to be a minimum, I think, anywhere between 6 months to a year.
Right, because anyone
to
would
have
take a job
anything.
and quit it and collect unemployment for 2 years. It'd be great.
Bill, thank you for answering the question on the pay rate. That was my only other one. If no one else has any questions? Or?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just have a procedural point. I don't know, I'm glad you're here, Paul. I don't think, Shelley, I don't think you should vote on this.
Right.
Okay, you already knew that. Okay. I mean, no problem participating in the discussion, but voting on it should be, okay, you should abstain.
Jackie?
Would anybody consider that we do retroactive and that it stops at a certain date? So we could determine, say, like if we stop it as of today and then make sure that any of the non-statutory duties are covered going forward?
I like that idea.
Say it again.
That you would be retroactive back to, I'm just going to pick a date because I don't know if exactly.
I think it's the 20th.
November 20th. That it's retroactive back to November 20th, and you're paid up to that date, up to today, let's just say today, and that any statutory duties as of tomorrow forward, it has to be given to other people within the township.
You mean the
Statutory or
non-statutory?
Non-statutory, I'm sorry, non-statutory.
Well, then she doesn't need a job if that's the case. What she's doing is non-statutory duties.
Yeah, that's what this agreement is covering, is non-statutory.
Non-statutory, yeah, well,
Right.
well, why would you give her $19 an hour if she's gonna give away the non-statutory duties?
The point
The
of,
compensation is to cover the non-statutory duties.
That's what I'm saying, but at this point, we don't know when we're going to hire the township manager. So I'm just saying, do we put a line in the sand and say that it's up to this date and make sure that the non-statutory duties are delegated to other people within the township?
You mean a date in the future?
Yes.
Not today's date, 6
Well,
months from
I just
now,
picked
8
today.
months from now, something like that.
Or it could be Friday.
Well, it can't be Friday, because then who's going to do them?
Right.
Well, I'm just.
Or it could be
throwing that out there,
yeah,
Kathy.
just idea, like even 30 days forward, so she can transfer those duties, the non-statutory things that she's doing, spread them out, so.
I don't understand why it can't continue until the township manager comes. I'm hoping that you're not thinking that I would take advantage of the situation, because if you are, you don't know me at all. Even to transfer it to someone else in the office who no one else has time to take on these duties other than the township manager, who it's in his job description. Someone still has to teach them. So if I walk away from here, who's going to teach them that? The bottom line is that, I have to, at some point, say, I am worth more than $6 an hour. And that's kind of what it's been, 30 to 40 hours a week. And I just am really, I guess, amazed that no one sees any value in me.
No,
That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Shelley, I don't
think-
think anybody's saying that.
I think this is I think as written, retroactive is a nice accommodation of the various competing interests. I really do.
Right.
I think it's a recognition that there are non-statutory duties that need to get done. In my opinion, you're the right person to do them and to continue doing them until the township manager comes in, period.
But
I don't want to put an end, with all due respect, I don't necessarily want to put an end date to it, and I think that the proposed compensation is fair. That's my opinion.
So what I'm trying to get at is, with the end date, is that there has to be a transition or a handoff between the township manager and Shelley. Okay? We can't just assume that the township manager arrives tomorrow and, okay, Shelley, you're not doing this anymore, and
Well, I think that's
and there's
what
no
that,
handoff.
In that first paragraph, it says, a new manager or upon written notice to employee from township. So at that point, we'll be able to, decide written notice in a month. We need 60 days to train the township manager. We'll have a better feel for how, because you're right, it can't stop on that day.
Right. So with having just or, is that sufficient, or do we have to have and or in there? I want to go into the township. Yes.
I thought you wanted to cut it short.
No, I was asking, did you guys want to cut it short, or do you want to go into the township manager's tenure?
I think a 30-day transition period is probably appropriate, although I must admit I'm picking that number out of a hat.
Yeah, I mean, we could make it however you want it, to be candid with you. So if you want to say, for example, that it expires 30 days after a township manager is brought on board for the transition, you can do that, or upon written notice, whichever the board prefers.
Right, can't it just say continues at the discretion of the board?
Or the township manager when he feels,
Or the township manager?
or when he feels,
Well,
like he's
think
at the level he should be.
Like
leave
the
the
board.
authority with the board, so
Well, I
that,
understand,
Yeah.
but, he could alert them.
Right, but we can make it so that it's continues until written notice is given by the board.
Yeah.
The end, and you just give it whenever you want to.
With the understanding that we're not going to pay two people to do one set of duties. So, absolutely.
Janet? Your deputy, is she doing statutory or non-statutory duties, and which one of these duties is she doing?
She keeps up what is called the QVF, the Qualified Voter File. That's a daily job for people moving in, people moving out, that kind of thing. So that is part of the statutory. She also does all of the cutting of bills, entering them, that kind of thing, which is not statutory.
Right, okay. And how many hours is she putting in?
She works 24
Okay, for you or with other things?
for me.
Okay. All right.
She also works at the counter, answers the phones.
Is there any of these duties that could be given to anybody else? I know Bill's got his hands full, but is there anything he could pick up?
They've never been dispersed to anyone else because they're in the township manager job description. But she personally doesn't want to take in any more time. I am showing her how to do payroll, both ends of it. So at some point, she could be doing that.
Okay.
Everyone else in the office is otherwise assigned. I can't give duties to Kathy's deputy, that kind of thing.
Right.
Well, these
If we could get rid of building and zoning, we might be able to do the sewer bill.
And I do.
Well, unfortunately, the auditors want that separate. They want part of it to be in the treasurer's department and part of it in the clerk's. That's why it's set up the way it is now, yeah.
I do have one more comment into Mr. Dockett's point about the hourly rate. The rate was calculated based on her position as a clerk.
full-time person.
Right. But now she would be responsible for non-statutory duties that possibly a deputy would do. Is there any room in there for a change? I know in the field that I work in, when someone kind of changes positions to a different position, their rate is adjusted according to their responsibilities.
I guess that would be up to the board.
Okay.
The reason I chose the number that I chose was because she was performing these duties and has always performed these duties as part of her clerk's wages, or her, yeah, her.
But
clerk's
those aren't
duties.
statutory duties, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Right, but I think, I don't have my calculator here because I don't want to bring out my device. But, I'm sorry, but the calculation I did, and tell me if I'm wrong, doing big math here, the $18.92 that you have an hour, you said that was based off of her last salary, and actually...
That was at $40,000.
That was at $40,000, but then she's still getting paid the $12.5 now.
That's
So
correct.
it's actually more money per hour right now than it was in the past.
Absolutely.
Well, that's why we're limiting her to 20 hours too, though, unless I'm not understanding what you're saying. I would,
$18.92 an hour is more than she's ever been paid for the position. Because you're still getting the $12.5 in there. So that's separate from the $18.92.
right, and I'm estimating her statutory duties at 10 hours a week, which is where you get the 12,000 that which is 25% of what she was doing before. So basically, she's going to be, if she maxes everything out, she will be making 75% of what she was, potentially
Because of the
75% of
decreased
what
hour.
she was making.
And I thought I read it, but I can't find it in this. Is it limited? Oh, there it is, 20 hours. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, and we chose that to keep her out of a full-time employee
Right.
realm.
After the last meeting, I did ask your deputy and to ask if she was willing to work more hours, because you had stated that she was not interested, and she said she is available for more hours because there are no elections. So, I mean, I think as a board, we need to figure out where we're heading, fully for Shelley and herself, to say, is this just a quick temporary thing?
Did you talk to her deputy, Bill?
Yes, I have.
Did she indicate she would work more hours?
Yes, she has.
Well, she gets less than $19.
The bottom line is that one more day puts her into the full-time level, the 32 hours.
Right, that would be a full 8 hours, right? So she could pick up an extra 5?
I mean, I've talked to her about whether she wanted to go full-time, and she said no. So,
I would agree with that. She doesn't want to go full-time.
Right. We don't want.
But she said she'd pick up a few hours a week and stuff, is what she had told me.
Yeah,
So,
she's willing to help extra.
and I feel for you, Shelley, because you've been here for so long and you've done a tremendous amount. And I don't think none of this is negative towards you. I think we need to. Yes, reimburse you possibly for what you have been doing since November, but where are we heading in the future? I mean, is this going to keep coming up, or is there an end date, is my only thought, or...
well, let me tell you how I think about it. I am no way, shape, or form want to take advantage of the township. I feel like I should be compensated for my worth and for the jobs that I'm doing. I know Mr. Dockett said, when I brought it up last time, you knew this was coming. Yes, I did, but there was also supposed to be a manager in place that had taken all of these extra jobs from me. I am more than happy with this contract as long as it's going to be retroactive, and I am more than willing to put an end to it when the manager's in and ready to take over the job. I'm sorry that everybody feels like, that it's a hassle to have to deal with it. I just don't know if you really expect, because I can walk away from it if that's what everyone wants, but who's going to do it? I just feel for the employees.
Dockett?
Well, if we hired somebody part-time, well, I'm afraid Shelley is not going to train anybody to do all these duties as she does, as long as she's going to get paid for it. It doesn't make much sense that she would. But I believe, and it's nothing negative on her part, but these are not statutory duties. Anyone could do these duties, and I think a part-time person, for $14 an hour, I don't know, what does your deputy make?
14.
Wow.
But The point being that they were given, all of these duties were given to the township manager in their job description, which was put together by the previous board. So I'm more than willing to train that person.
But they're not your statutory duties.
No, they're not.
Okay.
That's the
You
point.
do them because you've done them in the
Which is the way
past.
it's always, which way, I mean, there's probably not too many administrators who only do what their statutory duties are.
No, not when they were full-time. No,
Right.
I agree.
Right,
So-
right.
So you took on more and more and more,
Well,
like Bill does. I mean, you've done just about whatever you were asked to do.
Right.
So.
I mean, I took over what Judy did, and then whatever else has been.
So that's how it evolved to the
Right.
point that it is now.
Right.
Yes, Kathy?
And this is not unusual in townships, what I've learned at MTA, especially the smaller ones. There are going to be a lot of these non-statutory duties, and people just pick them up. It's nobody's fault. And we could hire a part-time person, like you say, 14, save $5 an hour, but there's a learning curve there. So in the end, we're going to pay for extra hours for the training and to get them.
I didn't say $5 an hour.
No, I said we save $5 an hour by paying them 14 and $3 an hour, actually. And there's a learning curve there. It's going to take them days. I've been to the office. I mean, I know that you can't just sit down at the computer and start doing this stuff. There is a learning curve.
Jackie?
I wanted to add on to what Kathy was saying, too, that even if we even hire a temporary agency staff to come in and do this, we're going to be paying more than $18.92 an hour. So the whole thing is that we're still saving the township money.
Do you have a figure on what we owe you from this day back, Shelley?
Pardon?
Have you got a figure?
No.
You didn't figure it out?
Well, you talk about, hiring a part-time person or whatever. I mean, I don't know if this is the time to discuss it, but if Shelley ends, let's say, when the township manager comes, I think we still need maybe to have a part-time person in the office to get trained and to help with the whole transition of everything. Just a thought of maybe something we should discuss shortly in the future.
I think that would be a good agenda item.
Thank you, Jackie. Does anyone else have any other comments?
Yes, I think I've changed my mind. I said I wouldn't vote for this, but after the discussion, I'd like to have a figure on what we're voting on, but that's important to me. But can you help me out on that, Bill? What do you figure? 20 hours a week since you're.
Yeah, let me just look at my calendar real quick.
20 hours a week since our election?
Was November 20th?
Huh?
November 20th, right?
I wouldn't.
That was the Tuesday.
Take 20 hours for all those weeks. You know, the beginning was Thanksgiving. I was off between Christmas and New Year's.
Okay.
You know, there's probably.
You know, I tried to see you the last today, and you weren't in.
We're looking at 9 weeks. Let's just go with a max number, so.
Oh, yeah, that's you, Bill. She said she was off from Christmas and New Year's.
Okay, so, but 9 weeks? Yep. 9 weeks at 20 hours per week times $18.92 is $3,405.
Did you factor in the holidays on those?
No, I just gave you a max number, just,
Okay.
and she, like she said, she's took time
It
off.
would be less
and-
than that because.
Would you say not to exceed 2,500?
No, I'm just saying that it would be less than whatever number he just gave because he counted all the weeks just straight.
Well, you're supposed to have it this itemized, according to this.
I understand, but there's no way to go back.
Okay.
You know, I
well-
definitely put in 20 hours a week.
Well, then how are we going to know what we owe you if you can't go back and, I mean, you can figure it out if you can't figure it out right this minute.
Not this minute, no.
Okay,
I mean,
but you can figure it out.
yes, You can get a number.
Oh, well, we know what that figure is.
He just gave you the worst case, so you know it's
Okay.
going to be less than that. That's all I can say. I didn't figure it out because I didn't want to waste my time until I knew it was going to happen.
Any more discussion? Janet?
I just have a, excuse me, a question, just because I don't know. I know the elected officials, they don't have to punch a clock or anything like that, but how do the employees, the other staff, how do they monitor their time? Or how does the township monitor their time?
Good faith. I mean, no one stands at the door and checks them in. No one stands at the door and checks them out. We have pretty decent employees. As long as I've been there, there's been no reason to have to do that.
Well, I can see a reason why, if they're working by the hour, that somebody's watching them, what they're doing. Now, elected people, they can work as little or as much as they want. I mean, there's no set hours. But somebody's working by the hour, somebody ought to be over watching them. But I guess we don't have anybody to do that.
Well, I pay attention to Rick and my
Excuse me?
deputy. I pay attention to Rick and my deputy.
And I know when my deputy's there.
I know when your deputy's there.
Good.
I know when
He's
Mary's there.
always there.
I mean, I don't check them in or check them out.
Do we have any more discussion? Would anyone like to bring a motion?
Okay, the next question is would we make the motion to accept this contract with the adjustments of, or that's what I wanted to ask.
Yes, you'd make a motion to authorize the supervisor to execute the contract with whatever modifications that the board sees fit. And then I would, if the motion passes, I'd change the contract, and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah. So I'm going to repeat them so everybody understands. So we're talking about retroactive pay from November 20th, 2012. And I think the other change was, instead of saying until the township manager is hired, to subject upon written notice to the employee by the board. Is that correct? Was there any other changes?
Do we want to add with the recommendation of the township manager, only because he would know when he didn't need help anymore? No, we don't, okay.
I don't want to give him any help.
He can recommend.
He's already
I think
asking.
we need to add it.
He's already asking for an assistant.
Okay. So,
Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, if those were the only two, okay, then I motion to direct the supervisor to execute the contract for Shelley Manning with the addendum to the contract that it's retroactive back to November 20th, 2012. And the change in the change would be, instead of the hiring of the township manager, to say subject to upon written notice to the employee by the township board.
Support.
Otto moved, Thomas supported. Those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Oh, it's a roll call, sorry.
Yeah.
I guess it's,
I'll roll call.
okay.
Chick?
Yes?
Braun?
Yes.
Docket?
Without a not to exceed, no. Without having a figure, I'm going to vote no.
Engstrom?
Yes.
Manning? Abstain? Otto?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Thank you.
On to our next item is number 1, consider the use of Robert's Rules for meetings. Otto?
Yes. We had a discussion back in December 11th, and it was tabled. I did bring 2 different types of drafts. These are from different types of communities. What I've taken from that meeting is that we don't want to have something that is as extensive as Robert Rules, which is something like this. We wanted to simplify it or modify it so we at least have some structure to our meetings that everybody understands, that we address how we make motion, how we addend the motion, postpone or withdraw a motion, or the appeal a motion. So I think with those 5 things, I think these 2 documents cover it. What I would like to do, and I'm not looking for a motion tonight to accept, because I think at this point we would still have to draft something that is acceptable to the board, is to agree in some type of format. I think it's very important that this board recognizes that we do have a chairperson. She does have, she does direct the meetings, and that the other members have to respect, and everybody is in consensus of how that direction is done.
I like a little more informal meeting. I don't see us having any problems with the couple meetings I've been at. I think things are running along pretty smoothly. So I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. That's my personal opinion on this. Thank you.
I like the cheat sheet.
So did I.
I could live with this.
I thought, if anything, could we have a cheat
actually
sheet? And just so you know, I know that this one is a 2-pager, the other one is a 5-pager, but the other one is in big font. And I did sit back and I went back and forth to identify what's missing in one, what isn't in the other. There really isn't anything missing in either one. It's just, this is more condensed and this is more, has more white space to it.
I'm sorry, Janet?
Yeah, I like this. It gives structure to the meetings. It gives us guidelines to run the meetings by. It also helps when there's a point of discussion where there's a little bit of a conflict. Because it gives you time to think, you can table a motion, you can do more research on it, think about it, keep discussing it, and then come to an agreement without, going on and on and on during a meeting, trying to resolve it. Sometimes it gives people a time to cool off, which is a good thing. Our ZBA uses it, our Planning Commission uses it, and it's not real formal. None of those meetings are real formal. It's just guidelines.
Yeah, how often do they use it on those other meetings? Well, yes, yeah, right, but do they actually physically open it up and, have to, right?
They just know, how to make a motion, how to, when to do roll call, how to run the meetings.
I'm doing the best I can, you guys.
I think you're doing.
No, you're fine.
No, thank
Yeah.
you. And please trust me, this had nothing to do with how you are running this. This is more or less that everyone has a consensus of how it is run.
Right. I've been really pleased so far. I think we've been working very well as a group. On this, I have just a question, and I've seen this before in some of the other Robert's Rules stuff, and it talks about this parliamentarian. Who is the parliamentarian?
That would be us.
I am. Okay.
Because basically, isn't Robert's Rules based on a parliamentarian government approach? Okay.
I mean, essentially, you're using Robert's rules now. And so what it is, it's not law, it's just rules of order. And so the chair of the meeting is yourself, and so you're really calling for motions, organizing, discussion, getting seconds. The only time it really becomes confusing if somebody wants to make the same motion at the meeting or rescind a motion and those kinds of things. But as a general rule, you're essentially following Robert's rules as you go here now, because you're moving, seconding, asking for discussion, voting. That's Robert's rules. But you're the chair, chief parliamentarian of the meeting as the supervisor.
And just a quick question, you know, if we adopted something like this, if someone doesn't, you know, decide to play by the rules or whatever, I mean, is there anything that can be done? Once again, is it just another policy that's unenforceable?
What happens is that certain motions can become void, if you will, if you don't follow the rules. To give an example, say you make a motion, the motion passes, and then somebody else later in the meeting wants to reverse the motion. Robert's rule says that the people who won the motion have to make the motion again. In other words, the people who succeeded. You can't vote twice in one meeting on the same topic. So it's just really basic rules. You're really following them. So quite frankly, it's only when you start getting in disputes when somebody pulls the book out. You know, I mean, most boards don't. They proceed just the way you're proceeding. Only if you get in a super controversial issue do we start jumping into Robert's rules and start getting technical, if you will.
Right.
So, but their rules are not law, but they're just a method for you to proceed.
And for me, I don't think my intent was that we would have that type of deep dive into Robert rules. I just feel that we should have just showing that we have some semblance of structure.
Most boards adopt some form of Robert's rules as a format for proceeding. I think just what Jackie's saying is that you're looking for a shallow dive, I guess.
Yeah.
At Robert's rules, because the book is actually this thick, and it takes a whole career for you to understand the book. So, but you're really operating under them by osmosis at this point in time. The way you set agendas, the way you have a call to the public, all of that stuff is really Robert's rules.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else have any thoughts or discussion?
So is there a direction?
So I guess the direction that I'm looking to the board is, and with Bill's help, is that for the next board meeting that we come up with a draft of something that the board can live with. I know when you read these, it pertains more to the organizations that these were written for. I'd like to have something that is written for our township board and use more, if you want a cheat sheet, we can come up with a cheat sheet. But I guess that's the direction that I'm asking from the board, is that we come, with the next meeting, that we come up with a draft.
Point of privilege, it's cold in here.
Well, how do you want to handle that? With a motion or just some open discussion? I'm sure let's, do something.
I'm looking to you. Do we need a motion to draft it or to consider it?
I would suggest you just make a motion to authorize Bill and myself to prepare a draft and bring it back for discussion purposes at your next board meeting of a shallow dive into Robert's rules. Knee deep, knee deep.
Kiddie pool.
Okay. So I'll make the motion to authorize Bill Wagner and Paul Burns to develop a draft of Robert's rules, which incorporate a cheat sheet.
So I support.
So Otto moved, Chick supported. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Wait a minute, did you say?
Oh, sorry.
Did you say opposed?
I didn't say yet. He said he had a question.
I'm sorry. Can we make it the second meeting in February? I'm going to be gone for a week here coming up.
Can't do it during your vacation.
Okay, so let's,
And I'll amend it to the second week.
Thank you.
let's start over then. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose?
No.
Motion passes. Number 2, consider budget amendments.
Can I say something just before he starts? From now on, if we move the lawyer and so on and so forth up, I think we should do the same for our...
I think so too. I think
Yeah,
all of them
I mean,
should, all of them.
Yeah, we shouldn't hold him here any longer than necessary.
Well, he was second on the agenda.
Right.
It's just taken us this long to get here.
We'll
Well,
put
I
Jack
guess
on
I'm
next
wrong
time.
then. Shelley
Good evening,
thinks I'm
everyone.
wrong about everything, so.
Good evening, Rick.
My name is Rick Yeager. I am the Township Controller, and I am here this evening to present basically a group of amendments to the 2013 budget. And because you guys are new, I do this several times throughout the year. Whenever we have situations where you guys may have approved some expenditures and they were never budgeted to begin with. So basically, I come back along afterwards and I adjust those particular expense accounts for the decisions that you have made. Basically, what you're seeing here in front of you, everything that is in here, with the exception maybe of one item here that has to do with the township manager, pretty much every one of these decisions have already been approved by this board, and this is basically just getting approval to basically put these amendments into our budget basically at this point in time. Now, I actually provided you guys with a report. I wrote the whole thing up, explained everything. I don't know how you guys want me to proceed here tonight, if you want me to walk down through every one of these items, or if we want to go right to a question and answer session, or how do you want me to proceed with this? Because there's quite a bit of information here.
I just have a question.
Sure.
When you're talking about amendments, you're basically just moving money around one fund to another?
Sometimes dipping into fund balance. You know,
Okay.
if they can't come from someplace else, it's got to come from fund balance.
Okay.
Did anyone else have any questions for Rick?
Well, I have questions, but we're not answering what he wants. We haven't told him how we want him to do it yet.
Exactly.
I mean,
You want to go through the whole thing?
Or individually, I thought, and then your questions could eliminate someone else's
right,
questions.
exactly. That's what I thought too. If we do the
Okay,
question part
yeah.
of it, it could answer a few people's questions as opposed to him having to spend the time to go each one individually, or eliminate it totally.
Wayne?
I've looked this over, I talked with you about this, and it pretty well, it shows the expenditures, shows it coming in, shows it going out, and,
Well, I think you're referring to the bond refi numbers, because those are a wash to the bottom line of zero.
Yeah.
But there's some big $1 million numbers out there.
Oh, yeah.
But we have revenues coming in and expenditures going out, but it all nets to zero.
yeah, okay, and, how do you see our township finances right now?
I think they're looking pretty good. I mean,
Well,
you know,
that's
from a
good.
top level, yeah, I think they're looking okay. I mean, obviously, I don't know everything that's in your minds over here, so I'm not sure what you guys all have planned, but as from what I see right now, I see things looking pretty good.
Well, if we get out of line, let us know right away.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I have no questions on it.
Well, Janet, did you have any questions? Okay. Kathy, do you have any?
No, I don't.
I thought it was a beautiful report, very easy to read and understand for a
Good.
first-timer.
That's what I was shooting for.
I appreciate it.
I actually do.
Okay.
I just, a quickie, where am I? Oh, the first one under expenditures for the newsletter movement, you know,
Oh.
it's been coming out of printing and publications. Are you just throwing in the additional 2,000?
No, that's what it
Because, you know, that's a line
actually.
item that I usually pay for the publication of synopsis, so.
Correct. I'm looking to add $2,000 to that line item.
Just to cover the cost
To
that's
cover
already
the
come out
cost
here.
of that,
Okay.
exactly.
And the
Yes.
second thing is, I see you reduced the township manager
That is correct.
area. That's part of the discussion on my compensation that was not added. I don't know if you You probably didn't.
I have not done that, but we can talk about that right here because there's also one other amendment that we have to talk about as well that just came up today as well.
Okay.
So maybe we can hold off on that and the other one until, see if anybody else has any other questions, and we can address those two items.
Because the manager was supposedly comes in at the first of the year.
Yeah, we had him coming in on, July 1st.
So every month that he don't come in, we got quite a bit of money.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
So Rick, I would like just for you to speak to the expenditures where you're asking to add $450,000 to cover the purchase of new bonds along with $6,201 to cover the cost to doing the refi. Just talk to it.
Sure, it's really basically pretty simple the way this is. And again, this has all been discussed with the auditors already. And when they were in here for our audit last fall, I discussed this whole issue with them because I knew it was going to be an issue this coming audit. And basically what all these entries are going to be doing is we have to show the money that we've basically received from selling the old bonds, that's the revenue side coming in, and then we actually had to spend money to get the new bonds. That's the expenditure side, and then there was a cost to actually do that. That's also the expenditure side. Those three items net out to zero. And that's really all it is. I mean, obviously we're doing it for a couple of different funds here because we had limited and unlimited bonds that we were dealing with. And on the limited bonds, it actually covered part of the wastewater treatment plant. That's why they're actually part of this as well.
We had a 7-mile road.
I'm sorry?
7-mile road sewer.
Yeah, I think it was 7 Mile.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
None for me.
Okay, then the other two items that have come up, obviously the one that you guys just discussed today regarding Ms. Manning's compensation. And so I guess we would have to add an amount in for that. And the second thing is that the township manager brought to my attention the cost to remove the storage tank over at 75 Barker. It's just over like $10,000, $10,003 I think it was. So we're looking to add that in as well. I don't have a big amount.
We had that budgeted for 12.5, didn't we?
What's that?
That's what it was approved for.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was ever budgeted for.
What, the storage tank?
Oh, it was
The
approved.
removal of the,
We approved it, but we didn't have the money.
we never budgeted for
Okay,
it
but
because it came in after the
Yeah,
budget.
their budget was 12,500.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the total was 10,002 or 10,003
But
something.
they didn't do the complete job.
Does anyone have anything else?
So basically, you need us to tell you where to take that money from? Or you're just going to, you're basically telling us it's going to have to come out of fund balance and put into the appropriate line
Not
items?
necessarily. If you guys want to use, I mean, when we're dealing with, right now we've got a situation where we've got the township manager, okay, that we haven't used any of their salary. That freed up about, I think, what was it, $80-some thousand on here. You can actually point that money, so to speak, and use it to cover some of these other items, as opposed to continually just dipping into fund balance. So we can do that.
That'd be my suggestion.
That would be mine too.
Okay. That's fine.
Are you talking about the general fund, or when you
No.
say fund balance, or you're talking about fund balance?
Instead of him having to take these extra costs out of fund balance, we
Yeah,
use the money that was
okay, well,
allocated to township manager.
I didn't know, it's fund balance, not general fund.
Well, it would be the general
It's
fund's
the
fund
same way.
balance.
Yes. it's the same
Okay,
thing.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. We're talking about the general fund.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So you're gonna take it out of the money saved from the, manager not being here.
Correct. Okay.
All right.
I don't have a problem with that.
Have to have a motion.
Well, one other thing here, which is still at the tail end of this report, is that there's a couple of transfers that I would also like approval to do at this point in time. And the first one has to do with the 4th of July, and general fund contributes $1,350 to the police and $1,000 to fire to cover their costs for that day. And then also there is a $35,000 transfer that police are requesting to help cover a portion of their payment on this building, and it's coming from the federal NARC fund. And I would also like to make that transfer as well at this point in time. And that would be it.
Those are all budgeted
You
for.
need motions? You need a motion or
Yes.
something?
I think you need a motion, yes.
Yes. I'll make a motion to approve the budget amendments as presented and approve the transfer request. Well, and approve the transfer request.
What about the other two items? The storage tank and
Oh.
your compensation?
Well, I didn't know if we had to have a motion on that. Okay, and to take the additional clerk compensation and the underground storage tank removal cost out of the reduction of township manager fund. Does that sound right?
Close enough.
Support.
Yeah, the lawyer went home.
It sounded kind of pieced together to me. I wasn't sure if I was saying what I thought I was saying.
Well, Manning moved and Thomas supported. Those in favor? Aye. Those who oppose? Motion passes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to our next item, which is number 3. Consider the resignation of Cheryl Wright.
Well, as you can see, we've received a resignation letter from the admin assistant in the senior center, Cheryl Wright. Timing is everything, but at this point, I will make a motion to accept Cheryl Wright's letter of resignation with regret.
Second.
I'm sorry, wait, I'm going to add effective January 25th, 2013.
Second again?
Manning moved, Chick supported. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
And just to make a quick comment about that, Sue and I have talked about it, but my personal opinion, and I believe that since the next subject is to talk about, replacing the senior center director, that position should be left up to whoever takes Sue's place.
The
That
administrative assistant.
Yeah, that
Right.
the administrative assistant would be up to the new senior center director to replace.
Oh, yeah.
So at this point, we, didn't really need to take any action on that.
Okay, then on to number 4. That would be to discuss the process for replacing senior center director. That
Yeah,
would
we
be
sadly
Chip.
received Susan's letter of resignation at our last meeting, but we did not discuss replacing her. So I'm not being familiar with how that process is handled.
I supplied you with her job description. Her and I actually, well, I shouldn't say her and I, she recently updated it in August 2012, so it's pretty current as far as what goes on currently. The normal process is, and that's up to Bill, but we would just start advertising if that's what the board the board would direct someone to advertise for the position, and we would put it in the appropriate spots. I mean, there's going to be several special places for a senior center director that, we would hit as opposed to just the Ann Arbor News or whatever the case is. So that's usually the next step.
So we just need to give Bill direction to do that.
Yes.
Go for it, Bill.
Well.
Okay, when do we,
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
give me some deadlines when we want to post the position, for how long?
Docket, do you have some questions?
Yes, I have some comments, but I'd like to start out by saying that this is a perfect opportunity for us to possibly do something about the senior center. I am not in favor of hiring a manager there for the senior center. I would like, and the manager that was there and her assistant, as far as I know, have never tried to get volunteers to weed the flower garden or wash the windows or cut the grass or anything. We pay approximately around $125,000 out of our general fund for less than 1% of the population. And I think this might be a perfect, and I know I read in the paper where Plymouth and in Chelsea both have volunteer people for their senior center, and along with some in Ann Arbor. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to, rather than have her find somebody or want to hire someone to train, which I don't think she's the person who should train. I think we should have her train people for volunteering. I think that's the way to go. So I just wanted to get in that's my opinion. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to do that. So that's my feeling on it. Thank you.
Jackie?
Sue, I'd like to know how many, number one, if you know how many senior centers there are in the state of Michigan, and how many of those senior centers do have volunteer senior center directors?
There are probably 150 to 200 senior centers. None of them are volunteers.
Okay.
None of them. I belong to the state organization, and none of them are volunteers.
So there's no volunteer senior center director?
No.
Okay.
Just in the director position, correct?
Just in the
Yeah.
director position.
They may have, most of them have paid employees, and then they use volunteers to do stuffing letters or doing those types of things. But for the most part, it's paid staff.
Okay. I know, and I know at one time, because I worked at the Area Agency on Aging like eons ago. I know at one time they did have, they did do grants for senior centers, but I think probably, 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
That's been gone by the wayside.
That went by the wayside.
A lot of things that Granholm has done and what Snyder has done, a lot of that stuff has gone away.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't think that they supported senior centers anymore. Okay.
Kathy?
Yes, I just, again, I don't know that much about it, but I do think this is a good opportunity for us to at least consider making this less than full-time. Not, just less than 40 hours, because of the size of our township and because of the number of people that actually use it. How many seniors?
So maybe we need a part-time director.
Right, and I don't know where we compare to other townships our size. I know a lot of people come here from Green Oak. They're not contributing to our tax base at all. They're, so, I mean, just to consider it. I don't
No, I'm not,
really know.
I'm not
Right,
saying
yeah.
anything. I'm going to ask another question.
Jackie?
Sue, what are the times that the senior center is open?
We're open from 9 to 4.
Okay.
How much?
Monday
oh,
through Friday?
Monday through Friday.
How much are the combined salaries of you and your assistant?
Maybe, well, I get 122 a year.
I can't hear you. What?
I will make 35. It's in the budget.
35, but then you've got
And then
15.
Cheryl makes less than 10,000.
35 and
Probably
15
about
for your
9,000.
insurance, and 10% to your retirement, right?
Yes.
So it's not 35, it's 35, 45 is 50, plus 10%, it's another 5,000 into your retirement. So that's 50,000. What is around 50, what does your assistant get?
She makes around 9,000.
Okay, so that's around 60,000.
Okay.
We used to have, and that building costs us about $1,000 a month, because we used to have the
People's Express?
People Express in there. They paid $450 a month.
That was only for 1 year, though.
Excuse me?
That was only for 1 year.
Well, they paid $450, well, what I'm getting at is just a minute.
Okay.
They paid $450. The reason they paid $450 is that was half of what it cost us to operate the building. So that's $900 a month times 12 to run the building. I have absolutely no problem with buying the toilet paper and giving them a building and paying the heat and the lights and all that, but it just seems like that if we hire a full-time person and an assistant, they have no initiative to try to get, to be interested in having people come in and volunteer because they got full-time jobs. I mean, it don't make sense that they would even try to do that. And I don't think they ever have.
Any other thoughts from anyone? Sue?
Can I just say something? I don't think you people sitting here understand the scope of what the senior center does. We don't just do bingo or play cards. This is more than a social thing for seniors. And as you age, you will understand and realize the scope of what a senior center is. There's a lot that goes into my job. A lot more has been put on me as a director from the township since I became the director. And, you know, I just don't think everybody realizes how much I put in above and beyond the 40 hours that I work. I just want you people to understand that.
And I'm sorry you feel that way, that, you know, possibly that we don't understand.
It's really a valuable asset.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we are, you know, our tax base has shrunk. You know, we're like, what, 26% less. And I'm just saying for the size of the township, it's a luxury. I don't know that.
Well, I am a senior.
Put it out there. I don't.
I am a senior, and I would love to see the senior center try to go out there and get some millage. If they had millage like the library has, instead of coming with the tin cup, if they had their own millage, I think they would feel a lot better about themselves, you know. But we've never done that. They've never done it, and the board's never done it. But maybe they need a $500,000 or something to operate. But to take 10% of our budget for 1% or less of the population, I don't say that she's not a nice lady that runs it. They're not saying anything about their people. But when I see them pulling down at the school, they're not coming in some old rattle-trap car. They're coming in some pretty damn nice Cadillacs when they get on them buses to go on a $2,000 tour or something. So they're not poor people.
Janet?
The senior center is certainly a worthy cause, and I think we all appreciate what Susan has done. There's not an issue there. I don't think the senior center is a luxury. It is often the only source that our seniors have for any health information or any social information, and that's an important part, is that they have social activities. And financial information, there's a lot of activities that are not crafts and things like that that they take care of for our seniors. And considering the fact that we have an aging population, there are going to be more seniors in this township. And we as a community have some responsibility to help those people and take care of them. Even if it takes a portion of our budget to do that, I mean, certainly we have to be wise with how we spend it, but we certainly are obligated to do that.
I also want to comment, and this is on a personal note. My mother was having many strokes, and if it wasn't for the senior center in Onstead and the senior center director, our family would have never known that she was having strokes. I think that when seniors are in an environment where the family is not accessible, they become an additional part of the family. And I really don't look at this as a luxury. I do look at this as an obligation of our community to help our seniors.
Well, if we
So,
put that up
however-
to a millage vote, that would say how the township feels.
Oh,
about
I'm not
its
saying that we don't
obligation.
need to have it to a millage vote. I'm not saying that.
Then we'd know.
I think it would be something that needs to be explored. I'm all for in getting another senior center director as a full-time position. I don't know if I'm ready to get an assistant yet, but I am ready to get another senior center director that's full-time.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yes, it is.
Shelley?
I'd like to, I mean, I agree with Janet and I agree with Jackie also. I believe that it's something that our residents use a lot. Mr. Dockett likes to throw out the fact that it takes up 1% of the township budget, but the bottom line is that we've supported it and always been able to put a good amount of money into our fund balance. So it is not hurting the township budget by funding the senior center. I'm not opposed to millages either, except for the fact that we support it now. We have always supported it, and we've done fine with it. And I don't believe that an extra payment by the people, is prudent. But again, if that's what the board were to decide. So, having said all that, I'm going to make a motion at this point to approve Mr. Wagner to advertise for a full-time senior center director. I don't know about timing is what I'm worried about. I'm just going to leave it at that. To advertise for a full-time senior center director.
Is there a second?
I'll support that.
Is there any discussion? Because I didn't get a chance to speak before, but.
Well, discussion coming after a motion is fine.
So, my thoughts on it is that, because we have 2 resignations, I'd like to see if are there any seniors there that would like to get involved and do, and not cut grass or windows, but just, the planning of your activities and things that take some time. Have we ever looked at that direction?
We do use the seniors for suggestions, to plan a trip and to do all those types of things. It takes, you got to know what you're doing. You can't go in it blind. And, I've been doing it for so long, and so is Cheryl. It's just second nature to us. A volunteer is just that, a volunteer, and you can't depend on them. Other organizations have used volunteers for, day-to-day activities, and it just hasn't worked. You can use them for, I don't know, the things that we've used them for.
Being all new to this and everything, sorry if I don't have, all the answers here, but how many seniors do come, and how many are from outside of our township, on average?
On average, we
To an event.
probably have about 300 and so members, and of that, probably maybe 15%, 20% are non-residents.
Okay.
But they pay non-resident fees.
Okay, so they do have to pay a fee.
Yes.
But I see always on your billboard or outside all the nice activities that you guys always have, like the blood pressure screening or whatever. How many people on average show up to something like that?
Ask Wagner, they do it.
Yeah, the fire department does it. It depends, I don't know, sometimes.
There's a couple, unless there's an activity going on, and then there's, 5, 6, 10.
Yeah.
All right. I have no
Generally,
idea what
it's-
goes on over there.
Yeah, we've been talking in the fire department about trying to figure out a way to get a little more activity or participation in that,
Okay.
Doesn't your report list the activities and the participation?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
But the actual attendees? I don't think
Yes.
Okay. Janet?
Were you talking about volunteers as the director or just to help with activities?
To help with activities.
I don't know. Both, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just talking out loud.
Yeah. I think as a director, you have to have a special skill set to run a senior center. It's not just somebody like next door can do it, or a neighbor, or anybody. You have to have training.
I think part of what you look for in a director, and any of the directors that are out there, they have to have a mindset to deal with senior citizens. They're a different breed of people. And there's a lot of things that I know about your mom, about everybody's mom, but they don't know about it. You don't know about it. And it's got to be somebody that can be a confidant, counselor, and, you know, and it's got to be a compassionate person. I'm sorry, I'm getting upset.
I just want to add, I do have a 92-year-old mom. I'm not against seniors. I'm very familiar with senior centers and what seniors do and what resources they need. So I think just for our township, this is great for the few seniors in this.
All right, well, any other thoughts, discussion? So Manning moved and Thomas supported. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Did you say?
Oh, no, I didn't. I finished voting myself. Aye. And now those who oppose?
Aye.
I'm opposed, no.
Do we get? Next item on the agenda is consider changing board packet timeline. Janet?
This also came out of the MTA workshop that we all attended, and actually, since then, they recommend that we get our packets earlier in the week, or I should probably midweek, probably Wednesday would be a good day, because of the comprehensive nature of the material in the packet, that it takes a lot of time to go through that information. A lot of us work full-time, and this isn't for personal reasons, it's just so that we have enough time to research everything that we get and have time to think about it and work on it, and so that when we come to the meetings that we're prepared. So if I would like to make a motion that we move the Board of Trustee meeting packets available for distribution to board members on the Wednesday prior to the next scheduled meeting, and require the submission of board member agenda items to be to the clerk's office on the Tuesday prior to the next scheduled meeting.
Wait a minute. What you got on? Is that different than you have on here? You got Thursday on here.
No, just the motion's the second half.
Are you saying that, I just want to be clear, the packet is gonna come out on Thursday?
No, we will get the packet on Wednesday. I changed it to Wednesday.
Oh.
Okay, so that what was in with the packet is wrong then?
Right.
Okay.
So we have to get our information to Shelley by Tuesday.
Yeah, and it has to be to you Tuesday early enough, because not Tuesday at 5 p.m., right?
Well, the rules would kind of stay the same as far as the information should be in by noon on Tuesday, and then the packets are available by close of business Wednesday.
All right.
The only thing I just want to bring up to remind you is that only gives, when we have two meetings, that only gives a week to come up with additional items for the next meetings. I mean, we've been here before, it just sometimes becomes an issue. What I would not want to see is a bunch of adding of things at the last minute, once we produce the packet, so.
Yeah, Jackie?
I would like this because it gives us more time to review things, but I also would want to prevent us adding agenda items at the at the meeting as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm sorry, docket. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm a little surprised because I'm all for this, but I thought it was going to come out on a Thursday rather than a Friday, and that we would have our stuff turned in by Wednesday.
Well, no, it's going to be, we're going to have it by Wednesday.
You're going to get it on, what that means, just like Shelley says, I mean, we're going to have to put this stuff in pretty early.
By Tuesday noon, the day before.
We only have 2 meetings scheduled in January and February, and then, is it May and June?
What's wrong with getting it on Thursday?
Nothing? I mean, that's for
I
discussion.
mean, as far as, I'm just saying, I like the idea of getting it early, just like this week, I got it on Friday. Well, yeah, I come down here and Shelley's pulling out, it's 4:30 or whatever, and I got questions, and okay, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 4 days in a row that I can't find out anything from Shelley because Shelley hasn't worked in the last 4 days that I know of. So, but it was a holiday, so I like to have I don't like to get it on Friday and then not be able to get a hold of anybody, have to come to meeting on Tuesday without being able to investigate anything. So I like that idea, but I didn't realize it was going to be Wednesday because it's going to be pretty short notice.
It can be Thursday if we decide to do it Thursday.
Would you move it back to Thursday? And so we can have it in on Wednesday? Oh, I'm all for that. I vote twice for that.
I want to make you happy.
Yeah.
All right,
Do you see any problem with that, Shelley?
No.
Thursday.
And I just want to remind you, you did call me on my cell phone Monday, so it's not like you can't get a hold of me.
I called you on your cell phone, but there's other things that I want to know. And I mean, traditionally, you come down here and get it on Friday, and you can't get a hold of anybody until Tuesday. Well, how do you figure out what's going on? I think the lady is absolutely right. Okay, Thursday.
So Janet, do you need to reread that
Yeah, I
motion?
think I will.
then?
And,
I move to have the Board of Trustees meeting packets available for distribution to board members on the Thursday prior to the next scheduled meeting and require the submission of board member agenda items to the clerk's office on the Wednesday.
Support.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so we've got,
Is it going to be input on Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Packet on Thursday, okay.
okay,
Correct.
got that straight. So we have Janet moved and docket supported.
Yes.
Those any
Wait.
discussion?
Could I have it amended to read close of business on Thursday and 12 noon on Wednesday, just like Shelley asked?
I will second that. Can we read that back, please?
You That the Board of Trustees meeting packets be available for distribution to board members by the close of business on the Thursday prior to the next scheduled meeting, and to require the submission of board member agenda items by noon to the clerk's office on the Wednesday prior to the next scheduled board meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're wonderful.
Okay, so you got that, the chicks moved, docket supported. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, number 7, consider the policy for appointing and replacements for elected officials. Jackie?
Okay. So, and this is something that Shelley helped me with as well. This was tabled from the December 11th, 2012 meeting. What Shelley provided to me was the actual MCL statute, and she incorporated the publishing of the vacancy, considering the letters, and then a review of the applicants. The main point to providing this to the board is to make sure that the resignation and the appointment do not occur at the same board meeting. That's the only point of this. We have I know that we have a 45-day window in which to do this. It really puts it puts a strain on the board to make sure that all this is done within a short time frame. But I think that what we're doing is taking the current state statute and adding the exclusion of that we're not doing it within the same board meeting. That's all I'm asking. And whether the board meeting being that we call a special meeting,
Right.
that could also happen.
What I added that's not state statute is the, on this first page, for example, is 4, 5, and 6, and 7. The reason for that is that there had been discussion about getting letters of interest and possibly interviewing. So I added that. So that's really all we really have to work with. The rest of the information in here is all state statute stuff. So if someone didn't like that or wanted to take that out, that would be possible.
Wayne?
I don't like to reinvent the wheel. I would vote yes on this stuff put out by the MTA, on this part. I would vote yes on that. I haven't studied this one up, so.
Well, we don't really have to vote on that because it's already state statute. That's what already governs us to replace a member.
Yeah, well, that's what I say, why reinvent the wheel?
Well, because some people would like to have the other pieces in it.
Okay, well, that's fine, but we know if the MTA wrote it, we know that it's right.
Well, the one thing, Wayne, that's missing from the MTA is the appointment during the same meeting. Is the MTA doesn't address it, where you can appoint and accept the resignation within the same meeting.
Well, then-
It doesn't address it.
Well, maybe if they don't address it, maybe it's not that important.
Yes.
If, let's say that someone resigned and then certain people on the board wanted to appoint someone at the very same meeting, that takes a vote, correct?
Yes.
So if the majority of the township board did not want that to happen, all it would take is the majority to say, we don't want to vote that person in at the same meeting, correct? I mean, it would take, and so if the majority agreed on it, then that would pretty much mean there was a consensus on that person.
Yeah,
You
but
know-
I think
You know what I'm
what,
saying, that's kind of like a built-in, because we have to vote on it.
You're presupposing that I would know anything about the
Right.
person that would be appointed or be brought in front of the
Right,
board.
but all you have to do then is vote no and say, and table it till the next meeting.
But if there's only 2 no votes, then my vote would in effect be, I'd be being asked to vote on somebody that I didn't know anything about.
Well, that means the
person could be a-
majority wants them anyway, though, so what difference does it make? If there's 2
Well,
no's
I
and the
did-
rest are yeses, it doesn't take a consensus of every board member, does it, to?
No, but this would prevent a situation where you'd be asking a board member to make a vote on replacing somebody without knowing anything about that person or without even having a chance to talk to that
right.
person. And I'm certainly for what Jackie has proposed, and I'm also for the idea that something that is important to me and always has been important to me since I've been on the Planning Commission is being transparent to the public. And I think that when a vacancy arises and the appointment comes at the same meeting without any chance for the public to even know that there's a vacancy and without any chance for anybody out there in the public to say, hey, I might like to be appointed. I might like to let people know that I might want to be appointed. I might want to serve. I might have some value to add. That to me feels wrong. And if we're talking about a 45-day window, then we can make it happen where there would be this period of time where there would be published on the township website, it would get out into the paper, it would be known that we're looking for a replacement, and it would give people who are on the board voting an opportunity to at least do a little bit of due diligence on who we would be voting to replace them. So I'm completely in favor of it.
Janet?
Yep, I just kind of want to piggyback on what Tracy said. I totally agree with everything. It gives the viewers the opportunity to listen to the candidates, to learn a little bit about them, and the board members as well, and so that the candidates know that the people that are voting for these appointees, where their mindset is too. So it's just an open way to let everybody be part of the process, which is what we should be doing.
How long would it be posted on the website and all this? You have 45 days, so how long are you going to give people to apply and appear before the board to present why they think they could fill the position?
I think that would be a board decision.
I think, yeah, as a board, we would have to handle it on a case-by-case basis, and we would have to either decide, based on our schedule, when the next meeting was,
Right, that's a big
as to
issue.
whether or not we would be ready on that next meeting, or we might have to call a special meeting.
Should that be in this paperwork? If
I think it is. The special meeting part is
Special
it.
meeting is just
Yeah,
like how
that's
long
the,
it's
It says
gonna be
regular or
published.
special, so.
You know, I mean, is it going to be published for, you're bound always by some 30-day period there, depending on where they resign. I mean,
Why?
Well, because the next meeting, you have to call special
Right.
meeting. You have to call
Absolutely.
yeah.
Right.
But,
Shelley?
You know,
I'm sorry.
30 days usually you post a job.
I personally don't like to reinvent the wheel, as Wayne likes to say. We have a pretty clear statute that governs how this is supposed to happen. I do want to say that I participated in exactly what you're talking about in the last couple of years and regretted it for the last every minute since then. So I do like the openness, the transparency factor of it. The bottom line is, if the votes are there, it can happen, whether we have this policy or not, it can still happen in the same meeting. I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. I mean, like Marilyn always says, you know, who's going to enforce this? Who's going to spank the people that, try to avoid following this?
Okay,
So-
but then I get to jump up and down and say that the people violated the policy that we all talked
Yes,
about and
you do,
voted on.
yes.
And I will at that point. So I will get the satisfaction of leaping up and down.
And maybe, but you can't recall anybody, but the public can.
That's right.
I had one question on 5. It's, who narrows it down? To the interested parties.
I think it's the whole board. I mean, anybody, and this is just an opinion, but everything would come to the board as a whole.
Well, I'm just worried because it is that, the time limits. And if it's, let's say this happens when we're only meeting once a month, does it work in the time limit?
No, we have to have several, but we might even have to have 2 special meetings.
Right.
If we don't do it in 45 days, the county does it, then they pay for an election. So we have to do it
Yeah.
within 45 days.
This
So-
isn't something that we have to be laxed at. We have to do it.
Yeah, we have to do it within 45 days.
That's why I don't think you can make the policies that specific, because it would depend on when it all happened.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, this could even happen to, and unfortunately, I would even hate to say this, the death of someone or anything, to where even somebody had to resign because of their job or anything, but you have to at least be able to address it and be very transparent to the public about it.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with it. I think, the transparency is fantastic. The only thing that worries me is who produced the language for paragraph, what is it?
That's
4,
what I
5,
don't
6,
like.
and
Who-
7. Is that okay language?
Yeah.
I mean, because I hate to
I
step
did.
outside of the box on the MTA stuff, because if they can't follow it, but it seems to be pretty straightforward.
I think the objection to 5 is about narrowing the parties to 3. I think that's a valid point. I don't think we've got time to narrow it. If we can only act at meetings, and that's only when we can act, and we have to act within 45 days, then Kathy's absolutely right. There isn't enough time. So,
So we take that part out.
just the part about narrowing it down to interested persons.
Yeah, because then you don't have that much time to do an interview process.
Right.
And narrow it down.
Right, so it could be almost just, it's on the agenda, if anyone wants to come and be interviewed, considered, they
Right.
come.
Well, having said that, on 5, it should probably say, we'll consider all letters of interest at the next public board meeting. Oh, next public board meeting, so it doesn't say scheduled. Okay. That would
That would
indicate it's
constitute-
next scheduled or special.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any comments? So, we do have a change then on this, correct?
Okay. So I will make the motion to accept the draft of the Township Administrative Policy to appoint replacements for elected board members with the change to number 5, exiting out, and if necessary, narrow down the interested party to 3 to interview.
Second.
Otto motion, Chick second? Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
I need to change it also. I need to also amend it. Under death,
For all of
it's-
them, yeah.
it needs to be taken out on number 4. And on recall,
I'm sorry, number 4.
yeah, on
Page 2.
page 2, number 4, under death. And then recall, I don't see
I
it.
don't think it's in any-
It's
okay.
not in recall.
And
That's the only amendment.
can I ask one quick question before we move forward? You had said that you had changed paragraph 4, 5, 6, and 7. And is that for each section, death, recall, and resignation? Right? Nothing else has been changed from the MTA, just those 4 paragraphs for each
Under
section, correct?
resignation, 4, 5, 6, and 7 were added. Under death, same, yes. 4,
Same
5,
thing?
4, 5, 6.
And under recall, none was added.
Nothing was added under recall.
Okay.
You can, that's why I gave you these, so you can compare them if you'd like.
Okay, so do you have the amended? Okay. So let's go back to those in favor.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Next item, discussion of the organizational chart, Bill?
Okay, so picking up a little bit from where we discussed at the last meeting as it relates to the organizational chart and the job duties of the township manager, and we're okay to have this discussion as it relates to the township manager we're negotiating with now. And he's made it clear that he would like this stated to you in public, that if it's an office manager that we're looking for, then he's not really interested. He would graciously decline, but he would like to be the township manager. So how does that relate to all of this? When you look at some of the job duties, we would probably have to redo the job description so that it matches what we have in the contractual language as it relates to who reports to the township manager, what authority he has, and kind of what job he would be doing, he or she. So the 2 organizational charts that we discussed at the last meeting, one was from the MTA, with the second being labeled a proposed Northfield Township organizational chart, which is this one, if you remember. This particular organizational chart matches the language in the contract for the township manager, in that people that, departments that would report to the township manager would be the senior center, would be the controller, would be building and zoning, would be the wastewater treatment plant, along with the administrative staff in the township office that is not a deputy or statutory duties. The public safety director, the police and fire would not fall under the township manager, but he would, and if you remember the language, he would have some oversight and some suggestive power to the public safety director and to the township board. He had a real concern after our last meeting that if you looked at the MTA chart, that shows the manager with really nobody reporting to the manager. And he wasn't really interested in that type of a position. Again, we would probably need to clean up the job duties that were currently approved, because when those were approved, I believe they actually had myself in mind, where I would have had oversight over the police and fire because that's where I came from. So we'd need to separate some of those duties out within the job description and maybe and clean it up. Does that make sense? Am I
Who would do that, you and the lawyer?
As far as the job duties,
Yeah,
yeah.
get the thing.
I think it wouldn't be that
It'd have to
difficult.
match the contract.
Match the contract, match the organizational chart.
I would
So-
suppose that Paul Burns and you should.
Absolutely.
Should do that.
And understand, Paul was the one that originally drafted and cleaned up the approved job description. And basically what he was asked to do is go through and remove the statutory duties that were originally assigned to the township manager, which would not fall under his responsibility. So that's why we had that crossed out version when Mr. Burns went through and removed the statutory duties from the job description of the township manager. So we need to take that and then remove or adjust, and as Jackie had mentioned before, some of the this building responsibilities, or who's responsible for which buildings. That we just need to clean that up so it matches the language in the contract for the manager and it matches what we have for
Would
it.
the furnace fall under who's responsible for this building?
You can blame me for that, Mr. Doggett.
So the chart that you've proposed, this does match the current job description and contract, correct?
It matches the current contract. I wouldn't say that it matches the current job description. It's close, but we just need to clean up the job description.
I'm all for just leaving that up to you and
As long as we're all on the same page with the language that we have in the proposed contract, then that's fine. And if not, then I just need direction on how we want it different. I mean, when we started these negotiations, I kind of thought I had a good idea of where we were going with the township manager. And then I guess I got a little confused after the last meeting. I feel a little better tonight that we are all on the right track after some of the previous discussions. So if we're okay with that organizational chart, and if we're okay with the language in here, we'll get this job description cleaned up and brought back for approval, if that makes sense and if everybody agrees with that.
Otto?
I just wanted to make a comment in regards to Mr. Frank feeling that if this was a position we were looking at more of an office manager, and I'm not going to speak for the board, but I'm just going to say I am looking at this as more of a leadership position within our township and not an office manager position. I feel that it could have been easily done. We could have went that route, but I think that we're looking at this person to provide more direction on an economical development basis and a representation of our township at different meetings. So I'm really wanting him to understand that this is not just an office manager job.
I think that's his desire.
Yeah.
We could have hired a clerical person to do that work. That's not what we're looking for. We want someone to manage the township at the board's direction.
Shelley?
I will just make a motion to approve the proposed Northfield Township organizational chart as presented.
Second.
Manning moved, Chick second. Any discussion?
Just, and for what it's worth, this, I based this off of this MTA chart, but kind of Northfield Township-ized it, so to speak.
Customize it.
There you go.
Spell check that one, huh?
Yes.
Discussion?
A small friendly amendment.
I'm sorry, what?
A small friendly amendment to the motion. We would also want to modify the job description so that the job description, the organizational chart, and the contract language all match.
Well, that makes sense. To me, that was just a given. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
No, I appreciate that.
Bill asked me to.
all right.
He nudged me.
So do we need to amend that to add that additional language?
I think we do.
Yeah. Shelley, you want to?
But
And that the job description be amended to match the organizational chart and the proposed
And the-
contract?
Correct.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, do we have any discussion? Well, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Number 10, consider the request for fireworks for pond hockey. Bill?
All right, you had in your packet a fireworks application for the pond hockey tournament. Obviously, as you all know, it's going to go to the alternate date now.
Bill, I can't hear you.
It's going to go to the alternate date. The pond hockey tournament was canceled for this weekend. So the alternate dates will be February 8, 9, and 10 with the fireworks display, which is a very short 5-6 minute firework display, which will take place in the middle of the lake. I have met with the fireworks company, Mr. Henniger. I'm confident it can be done safely, and we'll have our exclusion zones. This is actually quite a bit less complicated than the 4th of July fireworks show. So he has submitted his insurance, his license.
Excuse me?
He has submitted his insurance.
I don't see it on here.
because we didn't have it when we made copies.
Oh, okay.
It's right here.
Oh,
I don't have a copy.
I must have it because I think it came in maybe after the
It
packet.
came in after we did the packets.
Yeah.
So
we do have it.
I have
though.
it.
And we do have his license, that he is licensed to shoot. For the most part, probably the majority of it will be consumer-grade fireworks, which we don't really have any control over anyhow, but he will have a couple of commercial fireworks in the display.
Question.
The
It
board-
is the Friday night, not Saturday?
It's opening ceremony, so it's
Okay,
Friday
yes,
night, yep.
Okay.
Any other thoughts?
You gonna do all the inspections, so on and so forth?
Actually, I will be having Deputy Chief Bishop do the inspection because I will not be here.
Oh, that's right, you're gonna be on vacation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You foresee any problems?
Not at all.
Parking-wise, or?
As far as what?
Parking-wise, or
That's a whole
neighbors-
different story.
neighbor's
with-
property?
Not as it relates to the fireworks.
That's beyond us.
Okay.
The parking is beyond us. I mean, we don't have
Well, the
any-
parking is not part of, the parking is, the issue will be part of the civic event.
Yeah.
Which is being discussed and planned for, and so we're hoping.
You feel pretty good about it?
I feel very confident. that
And there's
it'll-
nothing left for him to provide to us?
As far as Mr.
Yeah,
Henniger?
For the fireworks?
That's enough.
For the
that's enough
fireworks,
for
no.
me.
Okay. Then I will make a motion to approve the fireworks application for the Michigan Pond Hockey Sports Charity as presented.
Support.
And there is insurance.
Yes. Do you want to see it?
No, I just would like to have you say,
I got it in my
because
stuff.
we don't have copies of it, so just thought you'd mention it in your,
Do you have that already? All right, Manning, I'm sorry.
The support, I'm sorry, was.
Otto. Any discussion?
I hope it gets cold enough.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Next item, number 11, consider the 2013 property tax hardship guidelines. Each year, the federal government puts out a guideline to have for your township for hardship guidelines, as I said, for the, I'm sorry, I can't find my, each year the federal government it sets guidelines for people with hardships that cannot pay their property taxes. This resolution basically from the federal side is, in the northern states generally, increase the guidelines just a tad to help cover for higher utility cost here in the northern states. So we have our kind of just our form that needs to be accepted by the board as Northfield Township's policy for the hardship guidelines. Has the income qualifications and everything. Anyone have any questions? Okay.
No, it looks like it's harder than Japanese arithmetic. So I think I just pay my taxes before I go through all this.
Forgive me, this is something that's already in place, and this is an adjustment to it, and we just kind of need to pass it as an adjustment.
2013.
Great.
Every year
Wonderful.
we have to
Got it.
approve the guideline, or, yes.
Okay.
Rubber stamp.
Yeah.
I make a motion to accept the 2013 property tax hardship reductions.
Second.
So Engstrom moved, Manning supported. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Oh, wait, sorry, there's a resolution. Roll call.
No.
Chick? Yes. Braun?
Yes.
Dockett?
Yes.
Engstrom?
Yes.
Manning, yes. Otto?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Next item is the minutes.
Okay.
Wayne?
I'm just going to make there's no correction. I want to make a statement on the minutes. According to the notes, don't jump down my throat here, though. According to the notes, it says on page 2, second paragraph, down towards the bottom of the second paragraph, Dockett said he is concerned because of the previous instance of damages to township property where restitution was agreed to in lieu of prosecution, but payment was not made. I never said the payment was not made. The payment was not made at that time, and it was paid over several months. But I got a call from our past supervisor, and it said that I had said that it wasn't paid. So but it's not in the minutes that I said that, but it is in the notes. So I don't know, I guess I just want to get it in these minutes, tonight's minutes, that the restitution on 75 Barker Road damage to the siding was paid in full.
Mr. Dockett, if I may, I think we need to check with the controller.
Excuse me?
I think we need to check with the controller because I don't believe it has been paid in full.
Oh, well, the supervisor said it was paid.
The previous one.
The previous supervisor said.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, but I got a rather nasty phone call. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I've had a discussion with the controller on that.
Oh,
And
so-
there is, we're actually still trying to run down one of the families. We've gone back to the police report and to try to get more information on one of the families.
Well, at any rate, I didn't, well, maybe I was right, but I was threatened with a lawsuit, and I don't need that. So, yeah, so that is the minutes that I was talking about.
Okay, how about we jump to number 13, the bills?
Excuse me?
How about we go to number 13, the
Well,
bills?
you probably want to pass, or you want to accept these or first?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
I support.
Manny moved, Otto supported.
Oh, you have amendments. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Got to vote.
Okay. Those in-
Bills paid.
Wait, we got to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Wayne, did you need something to say, or are you going to 13?
He's ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Bills paid. First page, page 1, down 3/4 of the way. There was a web contractor. Are we ever going to get through with web? I mean, every month there's thousands of dollars worth of bills on every. I don't remember us okaying this $2,100 for this building. What's that all about?
If it's that type of a cost, it's an emergency repair, and without pulling the particular invoice out, I know we've had trouble with the boiler, and we've had trouble with
The heat upstairs.
I'm sorry?
The heat up here.
The heat up here. These are from a couple months ago.
Okay.
The repairs were, so I can't remember.
So they were emergencies, and that's why we didn't vote on repairing. I mean, it's not like something, okay. Well, that was my, one of my questions on that. And then on page 3, repair and maintenance from Creative Cars, which is about the bottom of the first paragraph there. $636.98, just says repair and maintenance. Do you know, was it an accident? Why is it at, usually the repair stuff goes to Ford.
Yeah, we still do some repair stuff at Creative Cars.
Well, I mean, I know he does body work, so I'm asking if there was a wreck.
No, I don't believe any of that was body work. It's all mechanical.
Okay.
I mean, I'll check without
okay.
pulling the invoice.
And I talked to you earlier about when I read these, I'd like to know if you know, we have a fleet. I'd like to know if we have numbers on these vehicles, and when they go in, do we say this is vehicle number 1? We put a new transmission in. Here's the mileage, and then next month when it goes back in again for the same thing. I mean, you know, I'd like to.
I'll check with Lieutenant Green. I didn't get a chance to
Yeah,
ask
but
him.
it seems to me there should be a roster of some kind for.
I know they keep track of their cars and which cars are going in for. I just don't.
Well, right now there's a discrepancy on.
That's correct.
On a car, and we don't know what car that was.
We do.
Huh?
We do.
Oh, you know. Okay, I don't know. Okay, let me see. I think there was one more on here. Who is Belfour? 25,000.
Belfour's the company that did the
that's the company?
the cleanup
Okay,
of the.
okay.
That was
So
an
that was
insurance.
just money in, money out.
Money in, money out.
Yeah, okay, all right. And for from 1/8 to 1/18, 10 days of January, it cost the good people in Northfield Township $183,847.65.
I have one quick question on the paid. On, you have, it's page 7, January 9th, and it says, State of Michigan, repairs and maintenance for $1,700. Kind of just below halfway point. Page 7, paid.
Page what?
That's the wastewater treatment plant.
Probably some, yeah, I'm gonna have to.
It is, okay.
I'll have to ask.
I was just curious. I was like, repairs and maintenance, State of Michigan, you know, seemed a little odd, but if it's
I'm
wastewater
guessing that's
treatment.
some sort of a permit.
I'm thinking it's the permit for the culvert, possibly.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I had. Yeah, Jackie.
Would it be hard to put that in there, like instead of just repair and maintenance of culvert work, or I mean, would it be that difficult to?
Well, what happens is that we don't have a whole lot of choices as far as the reports we can print, and this is the name of the number, the account number that we use. So I can look to see if it will show the description is what usually shows up on the opens.
If you can ask me, like the day of a meeting, I can run down any of these to give you more descriptive answers.
Can I just ask what LawNet is?
LawNet?
LawNet?
Yeah, LawNet is we participate in a
Countywide.
It's a county, Washtenaw Livingston County drug program. It's kind of a undercover drug program, and we get benefits from it, but most communities put a person in it. We don't put a person in it, but we do participate in it to get, and they've helped us in a couple of drug cases.
Okay.
And
They do like raids and,
yeah,
stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Jackie?
Okay, on open for the first, Microtech Services, we have a on-site flex contract.
Was there any more on the paid ones?
I don't think anyone else had
Oh,
anything
okay.
else
No.
unpaid, so yeah,
No,
we're on to open.
All right.
I was talking about the open. On the on-site flex contract for the open, we show $1,245. Is that an annual fee?
I don't know what that one is.
Okay.
No, it's not annual. It's for 45 hours, I believe.
Of maintenance?
Of maintenance, of time that we need him.
Is that Kelly?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it can span, it can be in 6 months, or it can be a year and a half.
Okay.
It's
We had 2013, I was wondering if that's
He's a
just a
computer
maintenance
tech,
contract.
a tech guy.
probably
computer
because that's
tech
when
guy.
we're renewing it right now.
Okay.
That's something that Julie would have put in there. So
All
that's what I'm
right.
guessing.
The other one I had is J&M Landscaping. We show in different areas costs that was incurred to them. The total for different departments is $3,295. Is that something that we prepay? Is that something that was just for the month of December?
We don't prepay it. We pay
Per
J&M
push.
per push.
Yeah, it's our
So it's
snow removal, so-
$3,295 per push for December?
No,
I mean.
no, it includes
as-
salt, and it includes shoveling of sidewalks in certain places.
And it's just not the township building, right?
No, it's not just here,
No,
it's
I'm sure that's at
It's
other
the senior center at
buildings, senior
75
center.
Barker Road.
Yeah,
It's
it was a
it's
different
here and it's at the-
Territorial Road. It's the path.
Station 2. Yeah, the pathway.
Non-motorized pathway and everything.
Can I speak to that too?
Yeah.
Because I have that on mine too. Towards the bottom of page 1, J&M Landscape, December service, all locations, $460. Page 2, a little less than halfway. Huh?
There's another one up on top.
There was
Oh.
another one up on
Oh,
top for
okay.
$825.
I got you. $825. Number, that's up at the top. And then there's another one for a little less than half, a little more than halfway down, $360. And then there's another one on December 1/3, $1,650. Now, I have a contract with a guy. I paid for one push so far. So, if somebody, I mean, do we just let these people give us a bid for a push, and then if there's a skiff of snow out there, they decide to come in? I mean, you know, this is a ripoff here, like she says. I mean, for...
I didn't say it was a ripoff.
Well, I think...
I am questioning it.
I will say it's a ripoff when I paid for one plow for the month of December. I don't know about the rest of you people, if you got driveways.
It's not just plowing, it's salt. Salt has been put down
I
2
know,
or
but
3 times.
Who regulates? I mean, they decide when they're going to do it? We have no
Well,
criteria?
we should have a contract with them.
We have a contract with
Yeah, we
them,
have a
but
contract,
they patrol the areas, and they do it on an as-needed
Well,
basis.
I'm afraid that we need to have somebody say, yeah, you better come and plow, or, I mean, just let them come whenever they want to.
It has to be a certain amount of snowfall for them to
That's-
come, right?
Yeah, well,
It's
yeah,
usually 1 inch.
to push, and then
Right.
if it's I mean, we want them to salt if there's a dusting, because you don't want that to,
Well, I drove through town on Monday, and nobody else was salted. I mean, Polly's Market, the TV place.
on Monday?
Huh?
Oh, we definitely needed salt probably a couple times yesterday.
You have to remember that we have emergency vehicles. You can't, we're insistent that they make sure that our parking lots are not left unattended.
Well, I mean, there wasn't any snow yesterday.
We got that, what was it, Monday, that we got
Yeah.
that flurry that puts that
Monday was
nasty
yesterday.
single layer down and...
Oh, we had a couple of squalls come through yesterday.
Well,
I mean, it was different all over the county, but
well, I agree with
no, you haven't seen Mondays yet.
No. The total amount you added up was 3,000.
It was
That was-
$3,295 for
I
each
can-
one of those.
I can pull out get
Yeah.
the invoices and
Did
show
you
you.
hear
the
what she
itemized.
said? That's $100 a day, she said.
Yeah. I'm not trying to nitpick, but I looked at it and I go, wow, that's very high.
Well, I
I'm
am.
sure this isn't just one push, it's several days of,
There's probably only been, well, maybe 2 pushes, but,
No, because there's only one push, because
there?
there's only
Well,
one for
the rest of them will be
$1,600 and some
the rest of
dollars.
them will be salting.
yeah.
Yeah, the rest of it's salt.
I know for our association, when we prepay, we have never prepaid even this much for the season,
Yeah.
for 2
If
streets.
you prepay, they don't come every time there's a little skiff out there.
Well,
They only
and-
come when there's a snowflake, is when you pay per push.
Yeah, in our contract, we have our association has a lot of requirements, so.
We used to prepay, and it was a really good deal, because they give you a really good deal. And
Yeah, they
then, if you get a bad winter, you paid a good price, and they had to come a lot. But,
We made out last year.
yeah, the board,
Well, we haven't had a lot of snow this year, really, 2 snows. Okay.
All right, I just thought that was rather high.
Well,
Any other-
I don't get to see the invoices when they're coming in, so I guess I'll ask, so Shelley, if they come in, throw them in my box so I can start monitoring that.
Yeah, they should list how many pushes they've done, how much salt they've put down.
They do,
Yeah, mhm.
and that's, the invoices are itemized there.
And they did not, on Sunday, on Monday, they did not do, I drove up to the sidewalk, to the walkway up there. I drove all the way down Parker. They did not do that.
Okay.
You know?
I'll watch the building.
And I do know that you get hit with the salt. I mean, that's really where the cost comes.
Yeah.
The school didn't do theirs. The school didn't do theirs, but.
School was
we're,
closed.
Huh?
School was closed yesterday. They didn't plow it over the big snow either. Well, they did eventually, but, because
Well, I
school was
mean, I don't
closed.
think we're any more vulnerable than the school is.
Any other questions on the bills? All right, second call to public. Is it?
Gotta pass the bill.
Oh, okay. We have a motion to accept the bills. Engstrom moved, Chick supported. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Second call to public. Is there anyone that would like to make a comment?
Winter coat on.
Yeah. Board member comments for anyone?
The line starts up here, Mary.
Does anyone have any board member comments?
I think you ask each one, don't you?
Yep.
I just found a note I meant to talk about earlier. It's just real quick. Doug Luan, our city planner, and Marlene Chalkley, the Planning Commission chair, would like the board to consider scheduling a joint meeting for the purpose of introducing themselves to the board and to offer a brief review about what the Planning Commission function is within the township. And the Planning Commission would also like to hear from the board those items they would like the commission to work on in 2013 because we're working on our goals. So think about it at the next meeting when we'd like to meet. Either Planning Commission come here or we can go there.
Okay. Kathy, you got anything?
No, not tonight, thank you.
Wayne?
Yes. I'd like to address a problem we've had right along for the last 2 or 3 years, anyway, about the mailboxes out here and about the people we pay to leave here to drive up to get the mail. They're getting paid mileage. I think they get like a mile and an eighth, a couple, 2 or 3 times a day, sometimes 4 times one day that we talked about, that I had the paperwork on. And so I talked to the people at the post office today, and I told them that I heard stories about, I talked to the manager there, about we had to have a locked mailbox down here in order to get mail delivered here. And she said, no, you don't need a locked box. I asked her about the mail that's addressed to a post office box number. She said that it could be for 1 year, the mail up there to the post office box could be put down here for 1 year with no problem, delivered here. That's for the post office box. Now, the mail addressed to the street address here, out here, that comes from Pinckney. It's a different setup. And from what I understand from Bill is the Pinckney post office does deliver mail here. But we had complaints about people taking mail home, mail being in people's cars. So I'd like to announce tonight that Bill Wagner said he goes by the post, and I complained about the people we're paying to go to the post office, paying for mileage. They're not in the store working here. Bill said he goes by the post office every day, at least once. Bill said that he will pick up the mail from now on. So I guess, I don't know if it's going to take board to do this, but how does the board feel about Bill agreeing to go to the post office?
Well, the last time you brought
for free.
The last time you brought this up, I informed you that I go every day when I'm in the office because of your complaint about the mileage for the employees.
Well, don't you think I had a reasonable complaint when four times a day?
Well, yes, certain instances, but I would prefer that none of them ask for mileage.
But they do.
You know, but they do. And the deputy treasurer will still put mileage down for going to the bank, and sometimes she runs to the post office after she's done at the bank.
Well, I would like you to inform her that Bill Wagner will get the mail from now on.
Well, I'm not going to inform her because she's not my deputy.
Well, somebody's got to inform her that.
Will we get it at the time we need it?
I personally go to the bank. I go to the bank or to the post office.
And I don't even know if there's a time we need it.
You're not here every day.
Have to check with.
That's right. So he can go the days that I don't go.
Well, I have heard rumors that people said that you left mail in your car. That's why I brought it up.
Why would I leave mail in my
car?
car?
Why would you want the responsibility if you don't need it?
Oh, and I also want to correct your comment about the locked box. No one ever said we had to have a locked box.
That's what I was told.
No.
That's
No
what I
one
was
at the
told.
township ever said that. The preference is to send it to a P.O. box because of all the money that we get. That was always the previous treasurer's reason. We pay $45 a year for that P.O. box. It's not that big a deal.
It
But that
does-
was her whole point, was that we get a lot of money.
I know what I was told, and that's what I was told, that we had to have a locked box.
Who told you that?
That's what I've been told down here.
That's
We
not
had to
true.
have a locked
It's
box.
not a law.
But I think I remedied the situation. Bill said he'd get the mail. So,
You want to get the mail, Bill?
If that's what the board wants, that's.
yes,
I
and
do- I
if
do
she's
abide.
going to be insistent that she's going to get it, and then we're going to hear stories about the mail not getting here, or out in the car, or whatever, why go through all that? So, well, so how are we going to remedy this? Do you want me to make a motion? Is that what you want, Shelley?
I just don't understand why it's a
Well, I
big
don't
deal.
understand why you're fighting this. This is another job that you don't need to do. Bill will do it.
I know, but I never mind.
Well, Bill said he'd do it. No argument.
Can we all agree someone will do it?
Right, especially, well, if you're going to be here limited hours, 20 hours, maybe. I mean, how many times a day are you guys picking up mail?
Once.
Oh. I got the impression that you're,
He has brought it up because of the mileage. Well, when the employees go, they charge the mileage. So from the very first time he complained about it, which was when my other deputy was here, I started going. So that was just part of my routine, because I had to go home and let the dogs out and blah, blah, blah. So I just don't know why it's an issue.
Well, can we make a decision that Bill's going to do it?
I usually have, I stop by and get the mail in this mailbox generally, and usually when I'm not, I ask either Shelley or Lieutenant Green to pick it up. I usually have it set up.
You pick up your mail. Your mail comes in the same box, or no?
No, as I'm coming back into the office, I stop at this mailbox out here and pick it up.
And that
because I'm
comes from,
too lazy to walk
that's
all the
what
way.
comes from Amber, or Pinckney.
That's the one that comes from
Okay,
me.
but do you have a key to the mailbox
No, I don't.
up here? Well, how are you going to get a key?
I'm guessing Shelley will give me a key.
Actually, Kathy and I talked about this last week, and I did go down to the post office and asked the same questions that you did, and they do have an extra key down there. And
We
it's-
have
it
keys,
just
that's
costs
not an
$9.
issue. We have a key on our mailbag, and then I have a key on my key ring.
Well, it's just one less duty you won't have to do.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Any word, next item. Any word on the bad paint job, 75 Barker? What's happening? Anything happening on that, Bill?
Actually, they wanted to talk in closed session tonight on that, but because we had two previous closed sessions, we decided to put that off until the next meeting.
Okay, so there's some activity, something,
No, I don't. I think the board needs to make a decision at the next board meeting.
okay, all right.
anything else, Wayne?
Yeah. I'm trying to, I thought we were going to get a copy of the attorney bills in our packet from now on. I haven't seen that.
I didn't say in the packet, I put the last one we got in your box.
Could I get one in my box, okay?
When we get them, yeah.
I mean, can I get one without asking for it? I mean, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Before we used to get a printed sheet out when the new board came on with the supervisor, clerk, treasurer, trustees, addresses, phone numbers. Has that been done, or, okay. So sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. It'd be nice to have everybody's phone number and address, and I guess that's, it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Anyone else?
I'd like to say, remember the people in uniform and try to buy and use local services. Thank you.
Shall you have anything?
No, thank you.
Otto? Jackie? Tracy? Bill? How about we adjourn this meeting?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I support.
Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes, meeting adjourned. Thanks.
Good night.
Are you freezing over there?
So cold. I know I've got a jacket on, 2 pairs of socks. I'm so cold. No, we